Shout out to Old Bag, okay? My girl Old Bag is in here. She is in here. Okay, so I am, and I'm like 3 minutes late or whatever. But yeah, today was a rough day, you guys. I mean, it was good in some like in some respects, it was good, but it was it was a long day. It was a long day. But you guys know that I had a deposition today. Okay, I had a deposition today, and the day just I don't know. It was much longer. I did not expect to be in the office for as long as I was, but I was, and schools were canceled. I don't know why schools were canceled because we did not have actual snow, but schools were canceled. So I had to. It was a mess. It was a mess. It was a mess. But I'm here. Okay. So Old Bag says she cannot wait to hear my reaction. Okay. Apparently, Lewin was just rocking back and forth while Joe was closing, and then what? Why was Lewin yelling at the judge? I don't know. Why was Lewin yelling at the judge? All right, I need to get into it. We need to get into it. Okay, okay. Yeah, I know. I was like 3 minutes late, but I'm here. I'm here. It was a long day. But let me share my screen though. It was a long day. My client was well prepped for the deposition. The attorney asked exactly the questions that I prepared him for. I prepared him for those questions. You could tell my client was coached. Okay. You could definitely tell my client was coached, but that was brilliant because he answered like he was supposed to. On two occasions, I almost kicked him under the desk. I'm not lying. I almost kicked him under the desk on two accounts because he was kind of veering off, but he corrected himself. So that was good. Brooklyn, I did not watch a single thing. Today was a busy day for me, but I don't know, should I keep the chat on, keep it off? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know, maybe let's keep it on. All right, let's get started. Let us get started. Are they still in session? Okay, hold on. Why is he sighing? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, what are they talking about? Somebody said they both lied. Passed as a juror or pissed as a juror? I don't know. All right, let's get into it though. I'm really excited.
All right, we're outside the presence of the jury.
Somebody said all the ASAPs lied on the stand. All of them.
The jury is about to come in, and
Okay.
both sides, well, we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection.
Okay.
If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench.
Okay, this sounds very problematic. It sounds like the judge already, he's prepared. The judge is prepared for Lewin and Takapina. All right, let's get it. I'm a little too excited. I'm tired too. I'm tired. I'm really tired. But I'm excited. Here's the good news though. I took my shower. I ate a little bit. I fed the baby. She needs to take a bath. But otherwise, we are ready to go with very few interruptions, okay?
No discussion, there will be no debating, and there will
Okay.
be no arguing.
Okay?
The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on.
Right.
Because a lot of times objections are not from the legal ground.
I cannot hear them. That's too loud.
Co-counsel's argument, and it should
Mike.
be objections sustained. We don't have any
You can see that Lewin is already starting. Let me go back. I need to know exactly what he's saying.
times objections are not from the legal ground. It's objections during co-counsel's argument, and it's just objection sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court rules of state grounds.
Yes.
Or else it's
Okay, and I still, from my perspective, there's one hole in the prosecution's case that I would have filled personally if I was the prosecutor. Maybe two. The other one, no, we'll stick to one.
Yes, if there's an objection,
Somebody said, how many hissy fits will Lewin have? People are prepared.
the grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be over with. But I'm assuming that both sides will state. All right,
Come on.
both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Kozlowski, are you ready to begin? All right, ready for
Okay, so Olbag said the judge is a little timid to Lewin. It's like the judge knows Lewin knows the law better than him. No, Lewin does actually know the law, okay? As far as, what I've seen, I'm not going to, I think he does know the law. But as far as the rules of evidence, I know for a fact that he knows that, okay? Brooklyn says seems that Lewin and the judge have beef going back 30 years. It sounds like it. It does seem like it.
the jury?
All right, I'm excited. Let's go. Let us go. All right.
Your Honor, are you ready for the jury?
Yeah, please.
All right, send them in.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're waiting on one juror.
I know. Does the jury already have the case, or will deliberations begin tomorrow? Tomorrow, though, I don't know that I'm able to follow this case tomorrow because it's another one of those wacky, busy days.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It comes back that,
You guys know I do laundry on Friday. All right, come on. What's going on?
juror number one, you can make it where you want it.
Dang, they're talking to her about water. She's still out there coughing.
At three, we do three. You got there.
I know it's not this.
All right, we are back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. We're about to start the summations. I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations.
Bag. That's the thing. When I was saying one of the holes out of filled or two, I was thinking about, a medical expert, but a medical expert it's probably a medical expert or medical doctor would do more harm to their case. And what I mean by that is because medically, there are a number of things that could have caused the injuries that Raleigh sustained. And so that would not help them. Okay. And again, not the jury, I'm sorry. The prosecution does not actually have to prove that he sustained any injuries. Okay. Brooklyn said not finished yet for the day. Tacopina is closing. Then Lewin is doing, why should Lewin get up there? Okay. And Lewin's doing rebuttal. I don't know. Let's go. Okay.
Does anybody need an additional path?
I'm really excited because you guys know cross-examination. That's my favorite part, but I like closing. I considered naming this channel Closing Arguments, but I think Law and Crime already had a segment or something, so I went with Sustained Overruled.
A paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today.
Why not?
There'll be a little left, so that will be tomorrow.
Why?
We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. You will be deliberating tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day.
Oh, Bagshead. That was Takafina's idea. I can tell you that now. So apparently Rihanna brought the two kids and they sat close to the mic and you could hear them cooing. That sounds like something Takafina would do, and that sounds like something that I would actually do. And if we go back to that Diddy trial, I still do not know if I'm covering that trial or not. But on one of my previous videos, I said for P. Diddy, his defense attorneys have to make sure that those little girls, his daughters, are front and center. Okay. When they go to court, they need to have those little girls in that front row.
And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30.
Really?
Mr. Prislovic, are you ready to proceed?
They don't let them deliberate into the night or after hours. That's different.
Floor is yours.
What's happening?
Mr. Prislovic, are you ready to proceed? Floor is yours.
Thank you.
All right. So we're starting off with Pezlomic. I'm still kind of worried about Lewin closing because he's a lot. He's a lot. And so because of his nature, I do not know if the jury actually listens to him or they're like, oh, here goes this guy again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case.
Okay, that's actually a good opener. That's a good opener because that is signaling to the jury that don't overthink it. Okay, that's a good opener.
And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case.
Okay.
The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question.
Did they give jury instructions? Did they already give jury instructions on the record or no?
There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer.
I think he's definitely going to have to talk about circumstantial evidence, but let's see how they do it, because so far we've seen the argument in Georgia. I don't know, the woman that off the husband, the attorney, I forget, Melody Ferris. Okay. That argument, again, I've never practiced in Georgia, but the prosecution's closing, as far as circumstantial evidence is concerned, it is similar to a closing that I've heard in one of my other jurisdictions. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what they have going on in California. I mean, for the YSL trial, that was a different closing. That was a very different closing for the prosecution, but I still liked it.
Sir, a whole host of questions. You need to answer.
All right.
Was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun?
Yeah, I've been calling this man Mr. P because I could not pronounce his last name, but I think it's pronounced Pezlomic.
Nothing else is in dispute.
Brooklyn, did you want Lewin to begin summation for the prosecution?
Now, I'm sure that Mr. Takapina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here. He's going to talk about Mr. Efron a lot.
Okay.
And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Efron earn his income? Who's Mr. Efron's girlfriend?
Okay.
Did Mr. Efron tell people he was a millionaire? Or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Efron lead people to believe he had on Instagram?
Okay.
None of that matters.
Okay.
None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun?
What's up, Benji?
Now, you're not going to hear,
Well, Brooklyn, at least I like the fact that you're honest. Okay. I like the fact that you're honest because Brooklyn is very clear. Brooklyn says he is biased and he wants Rocky to be acquitted. I need an explanation. Why is that the case? Why do you want that? What's up, Benji? Hope your day is going well. Okay, so Old Bag thought Mr. P did okay. Brooklyn thought he was weak. All right. Let's leave it at that. Let's go back.
me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Efron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Efron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Efron was thinking. Mr. Efron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Efron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Efron wants money because of what happened.
Okay.
Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense. That there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Efron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Efron?
And Obag, Brooklyn, Benji, everybody else, did any of you consider the possibility of a hung jury?
$1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Efron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Efron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun?
Yeah.
I want to start out too with where I started in opening statements, with the video.
All right. So for Obag and Brooklyn, what were you guys hoping for? Did you want more energy from Mr. P? What exactly were you looking for? They're talking.
My apologies, that audio is not this video.
That man said his pants were falling. ASAP 12, he said the man's pants were falling.
But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time. When you see the gun.
Shout out to Fever. So Fever said hung jury. This whole case is based on money. Old bag not pulled out of his. What's that? I cannot see. I need to go get my glasses. Hold on.
On that video.
What did he say?
That moment in time. But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time. When you see the gun on that video.
You guys have to zoom in now.
The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. it's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Efron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Efron.
So did you want going to start off? How does he get the experience? How does this prosecutor get the experience if his office does not give him a chance?
To provoke this.
I would like to think that this is probably a good case for him to, beef up his skills, considering that it's not a murder or a rape or anything along those lines.
Confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and Twelvey. Mr. Efron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case.
Okay.
We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up Twelvey, Mr. Phillips, to narrate the video for you. And
that's what I was wondering next. I was wondering if the prosecution were going to talk about Twelvey, because that Twelvey is really the focus of their closing, as far as trying to display or show bias.
I guess the question you have to ask after listening to Twelvey's is, are you going to listen to Twelvey, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income?
The prosecution played the video of, or the audio of, what's his name? Rocky telling Twelvey not to answer what OG stands for? Because I would have done that.
Really, for his entire career. Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Efron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Efron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Efron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Efron was really unprepared for what he was walking into.
Okay.
Mr. Efron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause.
Old bag is funny. I mean, that could be true. That definitely could be true. Because that man does not know his rules of evidence.
Consider Mr. Phillips, 12.
And I mean, he's strategic in the sense of they had Rihanna show up when Riley was testifying, whereas if somebody is, in essence, it could have been different, okay? I'm not saying that Rihanna's not there to support her man, okay? My man, okay? She most likely is there to support her man. But if it was sincere, I would like to believe that she would have showed up from the very first day. For her to, show face when Riley's testifying, that obviously served a purpose in terms of rattling not just Riley, but in a manner trying to probably, distract the jury in some manner. And then again, I believe it was on day 2 for her to use a public entrance as opposed to whatever underground secret entrance she's been using previously. Again, that was very intentional. And then again, if the babies are there, that I don't know though. I do not know how. I'm trying to think about this. I don't know why I thought about this, but I thought about the presence of children in a courtroom. I thought about it randomly sometime this week. I've not made up my decision on how I feel about. I mean, listen, when I was a prosecutor, there were no public defender, different jurisdiction. There were a bunch of people that would show up with kids, right? Because if you're a defendant, sometimes you really don't have childcare and you have to show up to avoid a warrant being issued. So there'll be times when people show up with kids, and I don't mind. I have a kid, so I'm used to blocking noise out. But one of the judges despised it. Right? He just despised it because the kids would be crying doing this. I mean, I've taken Zeta to court a number of times, but obviously she would get different treatment in terms of clerks bringing her cookies and drinks and all types of things. But yeah, I've taken her to court. I'm undecided. Let me give it some more thought.
When he's asked simple questions, this is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? His answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell, Mr.
Yeah, and I mean, that was pretty obvious from 12E's responses, and it was obvious. It was obvious in the sense that he was evasive. He could not answer basic questions. But I suppose I am going to agree with Brooklyn and Obag. Maybe his delivery could be a bit better. Let's go back to that 12E impression.
This is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? His answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Efron is such a huge man. He's so muscular.
Yeah.
When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual.
Yeah, and Obag, Takapina's voice is really deep. It's difficult to understand what he's saying all the time.
Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Efron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Efron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Efron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Efron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Efron, this huge
What a comment, old guy.
He's confronted outside the parking garage. And how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing.
And then again, I still think the prosecution, when 12E was on the stand, the prosecution should have asked. I mean, it probably would have been objected, but at this point, the man would have answered, okay? If I was prosecutor, I would have asked 12E on the stand, and probably not even just 12E. I would have asked, no, because if you ask that question of, what's his name? The guy that flew from Paris, Wally. If you ask that question of Wally, then you kind of put the defense on notice. But I would have specifically asked 12E if he ever thought that Rocky could shoot him or that he would shoot him. Because I think that makes a difference. With that question, it's obvious. It's obvious that he's going to say no. Okay? It's going to say no. And under those circumstances, the jury is able to understand why Raleigh followed them or decided to walk alongside them when they headed towards the parking lot.
He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up
I
to
mean,
this.
Fever does make a good point. Fever makes a good point. Apparently, Rocky didn't really want to fight, but Rayleigh was bigger. So, Rocky decided to pew the man. But okay.
Face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12 wants you to believe Mr. Efron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand. That muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12 wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Efron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently, though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair.
I just heard somebody's kid. I heard somebody's kid. The ASAP kids are in court. So here's what, again, I don't know. I guess that's why there's a rebuttal, right? Because prosecution would have to argue why this is not a self-defense case, okay? And if we're just going by the definition of self-defense or the requirements that one would have to meet for self-defense, if we're just sticking to the black letter law, this is not a self-defense case.
That is, Mr. Efron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Efron, oh my God. It is so much worse than I thought it was. This man.
I'm sorry, folks. I got distracted. Data's out here asking for my phone. I need to go back.
The next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Efron, oh my God. It is so much.
What's up, Jason? I'm just getting started. This is the first of it. We started early, so we, hopefully we can go until 10 or whatever time, but I am trying to get to Taco Peanut.
Much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspective. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is what was, and it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12E, even ASAP Lou had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power.
I don't know. There are people that listen, I'm scaredy, okay? I'm a scaredy cat. Like you don't have to, you don't even have to pull nothing out of me, all right? But there are some people, here's the thing. If you are not from the world, I'm not even going to call it the streets, but if you are not from a specific part of Harlem where these people are from, then you cannot understand somebody like Relly. That's just the truth of the matter. And personally, prosecution, that's what I've said it before. When Relly was testifying, after he was done testifying, after he was done with cross, with my redirect, I would have reeled the jurors in to understand Relly. Okay, that's what I would have done.
To cancel small players.
Because again, I don't. Oh, I do actually have one friend that owns guns, and I stopped talking to her after that. But listen, there are just certain things I cannot relate. I certainly cannot relate to the type of relationship or friendship that ASAP Rocky and ASAP Relly and all the ASAP people have. I cannot relate to that because the way that I associate with people is by, being distant, so being cautious, just sussing people out. And what I mean by that is last weekend when I went to that conference or whatever, I met a girl that I actually really liked. Her name was Jennifer. Like, I liked her. I don't usually like people. Like, usually I don't like people. Even at the office, every time a client comes in and I'm like, oh, I like this person. And everybody's surprised, like, you actually like somebody. But overall, I'm just cautious around people, right? But there's certain people where, they think that they're just not as cautious as I am. But I'm cautious because criminal law and all these courts and things have traumatized me.
Like Mr. Efron.
Oh, but here's what I was gonna say. So I met a girl, Jennifer, that I actually like. I looked at her, I'm like, yeah. And we're talking. She actually works for a bank, I think a bank or credit union or something. She was one of the folks that, came out there. They're talking about their products. They're basically trying to get clients. And I talked to her for a little bit because they provided a lunch or whatever. And I talked to her for a little bit. I'm like, this is somebody that I could see myself talking to, right? And I don't really talk to people like that. So I exchanged numbers. And then when I got home, I told my man about it. And because she revealed that she was married. And he's like, oh, we should go out to dinner. I'm like, we don't even know them folks. Like, why are you jumping into it like that? Like, meet at a coffee shop, talk a little bit, meet at least 50 more times before you go out to dinner with folks. You don't know, they stuff might be going on. There might be people after them. You just never know.
Or 12E or Lou, if that's what they want to do.
And they want to do what?
Or 12E or Lou,
Okay.
if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Efron is faced with. So how does
I know, old bag. The man said he did not think his friend was actually going to shoot him.
he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the...
Yeah, and I've mentioned this before because, again, there are certain people that are not swayed by emotions, right? But typically, though, usually jurors can be swayed. If you toy with the emotions enough, you make a compelling argument, then they'll fall for whatever it is that you're selling, okay? Or they'll buy whatever it is that you're selling. In my books, I think the prosecution would have benefited more from having a Black individual on the jury. Because just somebody that has been through things that can understand what is going on here.
The history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably
Fever does not like people either.
doesn't respond the way that you would. You know? I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who's
I don't know about that, Brooklyn. I don't know. I need to know who you are before.
hold a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses bills, and he uses 12.
Think about this from a DV standpoint, okay? Think about it from a DV standpoint, where there's, two individuals, they are in some type of altercation, don't even know what the altercation is about, maybe jealousy, something along those lines. And then the one individual says, hit me, hit me, hit me. I mean, it's not an uncommon thing for somebody, a victim of domestic violence, to, blurt out. I'm just saying there are a number of possibilities where Relly's actions could possibly make sense.
As examples along the way. So we get to the next location.
Yeah, but human behavior is the same. It's no different. If you can understand a victim in a DV case saying hit me, you can certainly understand a friend telling another person to, basically pew them or whatever, or following them or continuing to tell them crap. I mean, if somebody's involved in a DV situation, sometimes after, they get smacked around or whatever, they continue to talk smack.
The parking lot. Vista Del Mar and Selma.
I can hear those babies loud and clear.
And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Efron immediately started attacking Ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Efron attacking Ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between Ills, you can see space between Mr. Efron.
Okay, so I mean, the prosecution is boring me a little bit, but here are two lines that I like so far. The first one was his opener. Okay, the opener where he says that this is an easy case, it's not complicated. The second liner that I like, I should have brought one of my little pads, but the second one that I liked is what he said right here, where he's basically saying that the defense wants you to, not believe what your eyes are telling you, basically.
12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Efron was attacking us.
That is funny.
And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic.
And that's the thing. When a client or witness is prepped, you can tell. You can tell for sure. Because again, I had that deposition today. You could tell that my client was prepped, which is good. The good thing about that is it's a deposition. There's nobody else in the room besides me, my client, defense attorney, and the court reporter. Okay, so but you can definitely tell when an individual is prepped, and you can also tell when they're not prepped. When you're not prepped, when a witness, a victim, a client, or whatever is not prepped, you get rally. That's what you get. And I saw a repeat of that on Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember the date. One of the 2 days. On Monday or Tuesday, I sat in on a deposition. That was not my client, but the reason why I sat in was because I sat in because it's the same defense attorney, and I wanted to see her style of, examining or, deposing, asking questions. And when this witness, not the witness, when the claimant started answering questions, it was very clear. It was very clear that she was not prepped. I've mentioned this over and over again. With any type of case, be it a criminal case, a civil case, workers' compensation, just personal injury, it's rare for a case not to have issues. Even the deposition that I had today, there were issues in the medical records, okay? There were issues in the medical records. But when you prepare, you can kind of, you can explain some of those issues away, okay? Not always, but sometimes you can. The biggest problem with the Monday or Tuesday person was that they had real issues that they were not prepared for. They were asked, there tends to be an overlap between workers' compensation and the criminal courts. There usually tends to be an overlap. What I mean by that, and even with Social Security, even when I did Social Security, there seemed to have been an overlap between the people that I was representing at the Social Security level and the criminal courts. And I don't know, people just do get caught up in criminal courts. And so it's not unusual for, to be representing somebody that has a criminal record or has extensive drug use, something along those lines. The biggest problem with a Monday claimant or Tuesday, I don't remember, one of the 2 days, is that she had a friend OD in her room, okay? OD in the room, and then she tried to hide evidence or whatever. And then, law enforcement, they end up charging her, and she was convicted and the whole 9 yards. The problem is because she was not prepared, okay? Here's the thing. When you're going to a workers' compensation deposition, you think, if you're not prepared, you think that you're going in there and all they're going to ask you is how you got injured and your medical records. No. The insurance company or carrier does not want to pay. And if they don't want to pay, they're going to pry and prod at everything, okay? So under those circumstances, it would have been better to prepare her for, all these challenges or hurdles in the case so she knows how to respond. Because again, if we go back to Relly's coming to court thinking, oh, all they're going to talk about is a gun or start a pistol or whatever, and it's over. But no, that's not how it works. They're going to prod and pry anything and everything that you have ever done. And even with my client, he had problems in his records as well. He had a DUI and, potentially hurt the same body part and all types of things. So it's an argument because the insurance company does not want to be on the hook. They don't want to pay. So you prepare the client so they can explain what happened, or at least that they're prepared and they're not so defensive.
I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it. When 12B's asked a question, what is odd? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, don't answer that. Don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12B's response? My brother's company.
Wait, what?
What's 12? He literally coached answer that. Don't say.
Hey, why didn't you play the video? Why didn't you play the video? That would have been much simpler because you're assuming that the jurors heard it. Play the video. Go to Court TV or whatever this thing is.
Question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, "Don't answer that. Don't say." He's literally coaching him in court in front of him.
That was a bad move.
And what's 12E's response? My brother's company? Man, I don't know. I can't say it. So do you expect him to come into court and tell you that
Eva, I'm glad you got out of that situation because you said X. I hope you did not get back together with that person.
the truth about
That's not
exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Efron attacking Mills. And that really is why when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Efron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Hills,
The video's not that clear, but okay.
the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't
Yes,
necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Efron react? He reacts by grabbing Mills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Efron attacking Mills because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr.
So again, I think about the evidence over and over again. So I'm just going back to the testimony, not the testimony, the closing argument, where Mr. P is saying that when 12E was on the stand, he was asked about Og. The defendant coached him, telling him not to answer. This is what the prosecution should have done differently. They should have basically said, made the record reflect that, the defendant told the witness not to answer. The reason for that, again, is if some jurors did not hear that or could not figure out where the voice was coming from, right? Under these circumstances or in that very moment, that would have been clear who said that.
Efron, but there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see.
Eva, I think they said Raleigh was attacking Ills. I think, and I mean, 12E did say that he charged at him, right?
Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Efron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Efron knew it was a prop gun.
Yeah.
They want you to believe Mr. Efron knew that this.
Okay, and I mean, we're only, 5 minutes or something into it. But here's what, okay, maybe let me not get ahead of myself. Maybe he does it. I don't know. I think he still has an hour, but I was going to say it anyways. What I would have done as prosecution, I would have gone through Raleigh's testimony and show the consistencies. And then again, the biggest problem. I don't know. I still think that they still have not made him relatable though. I don't know. That might be another issue for them.
Gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun.
That is very real. There's let me see. It's not unheard of. Not seen in person, but as far as cases are concerned, people have used the babies as shields before. So to me, that is not inconceivable. You guys know that I am a self-preservationist. So if you need if you need to grab your friend of, I don't know, 15 years to, shield yourself from gunfire, I completely understand it.
Gun in order to intimidate Mr. Efron with the gun that Mr. Efron already knows is a prop gun. It is
I think really not knowing it's a prop gun makes more sense for him to use somebody else as a shield, because what's the point of using somebody else as a shield, or using your friend as a shield, if you know that it's not a real gun?
is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through
Brooklyn's
Lou,
funny.
what the defense wants you to believe is the
No,
defendant.
Brooklyn, I definitely use deodorant, okay? Definitely use deodorant. But I'm just saying I'm okay with snitches. That's rats and snitches are fine by me. That's what I'm saying.
He's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 he was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. This is ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have.
Did he say he's a valuable friend?
Let's talk about Lou for a second. This is ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have.
He is that man is a valuable friend. Because listen, I do not even know. Obviously, if some stuff went down, I'm not taking the rap for nobody, okay? I also do not know that there are folks that would take a rap on I don't know, that's just, I don't know. But to have somebody come to the forefront and claim a magazine, now you need to keep that person on payroll.
ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd
Right.
because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the
It's blank. There's no real projectile.
Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay?
What?
Because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but turns into your tour manager.
Okay.
You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice. You got Lou. He's
Okay.
there. But, by the way,
I mean, this is random. How do people afford to live in California? I'm not talking about the wealthy folks. I'm talking about somebody like Lou, right? Because I assume that he actually, I don't know, do you actually make that much money as an assistant? I don't know. But I don't know. Let's move on. Now I'm just distracted.
let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand,
Okay.
which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple.
This is sarcasm, but I think Mr. P should have just made his point without trying to be sarcastic, because that might go over some jurors' heads.
Multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant.
Dang.
And Lou told
I'm sorry. He said he's what? The security console. Man. Yeah, I guess his, one size fits all, multi-purpose.
on top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about.
Yeah.
And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with
Okay,
it.
so that just proves Brooklyn and I's point. The sarcasm does go over some folks' heads, so he should have just made his point.
Real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife,
Yeah,
he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways.
he is a DJ turned security expert.
That assailant might say, I didn't know you had a gun, and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats,
That's writing.
clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with,
Right.
not some prop. That security.
Dang. Our kids need to go now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rihanna. Get your kids out of here. I'm sorry. I'm messing around.
Advice, that is not just
It's just they're really audible. Yeah.
logical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay?
Yeah,
Lou
hold back. That did go over your head because he was just being sarcastic.
made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd,
Okay.
all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Efron knew. He knew that gun was
Yeah,
fake.
they need to get the babies out of there. take the babies, your breast pump, your diaper bag. Get the little kids out of here.
When the defendant pulled it
Is
on.
there what?
He knew that gun was fake when the defendant
Juror number 1 is still coughing.
pulled it on. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Efron. Because Mr. Efron knows it's fake.
I don't know, Oldbag. Again, apparently Rocky did take his advice.
I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Efron as the fake gun. Did they
I like that analogy. I like that analogy. I like the balloon analogy.
prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr.
Out of as defense, I would have been objecting here because that is burden shifting.
Efron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Efron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop
Yeah, I would have. I mean, again, you don't want to piss off the jury, but I would have objected because that is burden shifting. The burden remains on the prosecution.
gun, they took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay. They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021. We know the shooting happened.
I agree. I agree, Brooklyn. What is missing here is storytelling. Okay. I think that's what's missing. He's missing storytelling. He's making points, but I do not know that he's actually connecting or landing. But there are different ways of going about this.
Happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Efron are together? A single instance where Mr. Efron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does
Yeah, that actually doesn't. That actually doesn't make sense.
that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true.
All right.
The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know?
Let's look up. I need Zeta to bring back my phone. Okay, it's 7:39. She should be in bed in about an hour. So I want to take a look at. I could do it on my computer, but I don't want to mess it up, and I want to focus. But I need to look up self-defense in California.
Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Efron, what does he do? How does Mr. Efron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Efron. It's not captured on the video. They're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Efron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun.
Yeah, because this morning I was considering whether the prosecution should have called Ills or not. I mean, the man is apparently, sick or whatever. Again, I think that's a Tacopina tactic. But I was going back and forth about, whether they should call him or not. But I'm like, nah, don't do it. Because if you do it and he says something that contradicts what you're trying to prove, then that's on you. Yeah. All right, what's going on? Oh, God.
Where's Ills looking?
Go back.
Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Efron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Efron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Efron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Efron looked at the defendant and said, put that fake-ass gun away. He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up. There's no video of the second that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location.
Okay.
So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it.
Hold back when you say that the video is clear. What does that mean to you? Okay. Break it down for you. Are you just saying that, okay, it's well pixelated, it's not grainy, it's in color, or is there something else that you're trying to convey to us?
Two different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. Okay. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are.
I need you guys to zoom in.
What's the defendant doing?
All right, let's go back, Mr. P, Mr. P, Mr. P.
artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory.
Hold on, I just need to.
But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun.
Yeah. I don't know, folks. Let's go back. Let's go back one more time.
From memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Efron dive behind Hills. That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on.
This moment is very chaotic because this person over here is also trying to stay out of the line of fire. And I think that was 12E.
That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on him.
It's so chaotic.
Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron is nowhere near Hills. He's lunging towards Mr. Efron, and Mr. Efron is diving out of the way.
Man, the baby giggled and everything.
Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case.
Okay. Why is that?
This is a moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Efron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing at Mr. Efron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Hills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Hills. Negates 12E's testimony that Mr. Efron was punching Hills.
Go-back's funny.
Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Efron and Hills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Efron is not attacking Hills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Efron was going to attack Hills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No.
There we go. I guess I don't need my phone from Zeta. All right. Excuse me.
But the instructions.
Sorry, I had to listen to Rihanna's baby giggling and cooing and all types of things. That's probably the only time I get to listen to a billionaire baby. A billionaire baby, cooing. I was gonna talk about Elon Musk, but we'll leave him. I don't know. That Oval Office meeting with Musk's baby on the shoulders, and it took me a while to actually spot the baby because Callie sent me the video, and the baby had blended in with the drapes. The baby blended in with the drapes, so I could not really tell. I was like, "Where's the baby?" But the baby was right there. So I don't know. I was just thinking about that in the sense of I suppose nobody really bat an eye when Elon Musk was in the Oval Office in a baseball cap and a T-shirt and a kid on his shoulders, whereas an ordinary person like me taking, I mean, when I was a public defender, people did not care that I took my kid to work or whatever. Even in the courthouse, like I had to take the baby if it's one of those snow days. I had to go to court because I did not like other people touching my cases because they typically mess them up. But anyways, that baby. Go watch the video again. The baby blended in with the drapes. I really could not spot the baby. I was like, okay, where's little X? And I did not even know. I heard the baby's name is X because Trump said this is baby X. He has a high IQ. sorry. He said the baby has a high IQ. I'm like, I don't know where you people get these things from. Anyways, let us move on.
Instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief.
Okay, belief in future harm is not sufficient, no matter how great or how likely the harm is believed to be. And that's what I said. This is not a self-defense case. Even if you look at the first video, okay, the first video when Radley puts, and I mean, I'm not saying that the jury cannot come back with an acquittal because they believe it's self-defense. But from a legal standpoint, okay, if we're going according to black letter law, the way they teach it in law school, this is not self-defense.
That there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Efron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand.
You think the drapey baby was relatable? I think that was Elon Musk pretty much just flexing, okay? Telling us and the whole world that he can do as he pleases. Because he went on to cut off Donald Trump while he was talking. And I do not know that Elon Musk and Donald Trump remain friends for the foreseeable future. Once one of them get what they want, I'd like to believe that they part ways. Or maybe, I don't know, it might be beneficial to, I suppose, be friends with a president for, maybe 4 years. And then things blow up, something along those lines. What is it saying? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Efron is, and where Ills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right?
Brooklyn said he was waiting for Trump to hand out candy to baby X. Why would he do that? Because the baby approached him. The baby was saying some baby gibberish. And Donald Trump just turned. Like he turned his little nose up at the baby. So why would he be handing out candy?
That 12 wants you to believe Mr. Efron is beating up Ills. That video further.
Yeah, Jason, I agree. I don't think that was planned. I do not know. Maybe Elon did not, warn Trump that he'd be showing up with baby X. Is that actually the kid's name? I actually did not know that Elon has kids. I'm like, who sleeps with him? But anyways, that's the thing about men. I don't know. Let's move on. Let us move on. I did not know that the man has children. And as I was listening to Elon, I was listening to his accent. Okay, and that's just because of Benjamin. I'm like, okay, I don't listen to Elon Musk. That's not my thing. But I have a question though. Does Trevor Noah, if you guys know who Trevor Noah is, does he have an accent or no?
Problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting Like, that's a fake gun. There,
Yeah, Fiva, you do make a valid point. You do make a valid point. They probably do stay together until they have no use for each other anymore.
all reacting to a real gun.
Okay.
Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mears. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Efron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Efron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Efron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills?
Okay.
If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Efron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun. Because things do come out at
Old bag is funny. So you want some of that money, huh?
the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Efron. Consider it from Mr. Efron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Efron looked coolly at the
Brooklyn, that's already happening. He has 11 kids. With whom? With whom? Fiva, I'm not saying anything. I don't know.
defendant when he pulled that gun.
The only thing I know for sure is that the baby blended in with the drapes. It took me a while. It took me a while to spot that baby. The baby blended in with the drapes.
Out.
And what's actually, I'm not going to say that it's ironic, but the baby was better dressed than the father. I don't know. Something was happening.
And said, put that fake ass gun away. So when he pulls it out, Efron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, put that fake ass gun away. So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Efron look back at him and say, do I have to tell you again? Put that fake ass gun.
That was a good point. I guess now Mr. P, I'm giving him 3 points. 3 points so far. He does make a valid point as far as the proposal that when Rocky pulled out this, I don't know if this thing that looks like a gun, or maybe it is a real gun or whatever, that he said, put the fake gun away. So yeah, him connecting it to the second incident makes, I'll give him a point for that.
Gun away again. No, clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills.
Yeah, I mean, the old bag, we know that from that incident from the correction facility out of Florida, okay, when the 2 inmates made a baby. And I think they're serving some, I don't know. I have questions. Anyways, let's move on. Because I was thinking about body fluids and I don't know. Let's move on.
Trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12. Let's talk about 12's perspective.
Okay.
He says, when he testifies, I knew that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy coming here.
Okay, so Fiva says he thinks that, who's this? Raleigh thought that the gun was a fake gun.
Tell you, we all know.
Fiva, how many times do you change your profile picture? Like, what's going on?
It was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street. He's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun?
Okay, all right, Jason.
He's hiding because he knows what we all know. It's a real gun. The third problem that that video creates for the defense,
Okay.
it negates this whole idea of defense of others. That
I can
the
hear that.
defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances.
Okay.
The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Efron was not just beating up Ills.
Brooklyn, I got distracted because I mean, we have the billionaire baby with a cooing. That's a distraction. So if I'm distracted, the jurors are probably distracted. So the billionaire baby had me thinking about the billionaire Dre baby. But anyways, let's move on.
But that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12, before he's confronted, says Mr. Efron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills.
Okay.
Why is Mr. Efron doing this? That's never explained. 12 has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Takapina told you that Ills' face was pummeled and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how.
Oh, did Takapina say that? Because we listened to part of Takapina's opening, but we actually never finished it. Did he actually really say that?
Damaged Ills was. Obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12 was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened.
I don't know. Preparation.
Showing not a single scratch on his face.
That man said Ills had a flag on his head. So you could not actually really tell what his face looked like.
Nothing.
And he had a bleeding, who are these two people? Is she hugging her man? You better listen. If that's your man, you need to do more than hug him now. Let me see.
Not a single scratch
Jason is right. I am really distracted.
on his face.
Was he hugging something else? Oh, they were hugging. I don't know. I'd like to think. Never mind. Let's move on. No, that's somebody else. I thought this was Rocky, and I'm like, why are you giving your man a hug like that? Anyways, let's move on. That's the thing about social media. With social media, man, everything is everywhere. I guess it's just Big Brother, like literally being watched random. But if you've ever been to a large amusement park, not even that, like if you're just maybe Central Park or Times Square, I've always wondered, I wonder, and because people are just taking photos and videos, I always wondered about how many times I've been featured in the background of people's videos and photographs, because people are just taking pictures of anything and everything.
If what 12 was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face. These savage blows landed on Ills' face. If that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that.
Brooklyn, don't put that root work on me. I never said that.
It didn't happen.
I never said that.
One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Takapina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Efron.
Okay.
And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here. You know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad.
Okay.
Mr. Tacopina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, let's move on.
And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, you know, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's
Okay, so I guess he is insinuating that Tacopina instructed the witness to blurt that. And I mean, here's the reality, okay? When we prep witnesses, we prep clients, claimants, there's certain things you want them to focus on, right? And literally today, as I prepped my client last week, and we prepped again yesterday, and then this morning we went over some stuff. There are certain things, like I told him, what is this? Limp, low back, knee, left knee. We had like 7 words: left knee, right shoulder, neck, pain. Okay. I said, if you forget anything else, you make sure you mention those things. And if you forget the other 6, you better say pain. Okay.
clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime.
Okay. That
the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired.
Okay, there we go. And again, here's the thing about me, folks. I'm listening to this for the first time. And even before we got to closing argument, I think it was brought out during redirect. There were 2 things. Yeah, it was during redirect because we're going back to the officer. I believe it was the first witness to take the stand. Under redirect, there were 2 things that I think it was 2 questions that Mr. P asked of the first witness. Okay. And the first witness, again, they focused on the busy area. They focused on traffic. And instantly I knew the prosecution is going to try and make an argument about how bullets travel. Let's see if it takes us as far as I think the prosecution should take it. Let's see how far Mr. P goes. And again, this is, I guess, I don't know. I don't think Mr. Prentice Jones from Indiana is in here, but he has been talking about speculation. And I've been very firm. I am a licensed attorney. I've done this type of work, and I knew exactly where the prosecution was going.
They don't always hit their intended target.
Okay.
And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt in this case is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die.
Man. He's out here. I don't want to say that he's fear-mongering, but come on now.
Are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an important case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm.
Now he's coming out with his sarcasm. He should have warned everybody. he should have warned everybody from, the outset. Now, some points may already have flown over the jurors' heads. So okay, so Obag remembers. Obag remembers me saying this. And then Taco does a good job blocking this point, though. I'll listen to that. But the prosecution should have, again, somebody needs to hire me. Okay, they need to. The way that Lou's hired to provide, I don't know, security expertise and recommendations, I definitely could help these folks out. I don't know if it's defense, prosecution. Somebody should hire me.
As any
I can be a strategist, okay? That's what I can do, because the prosecution should have taken that argument further. They still have a hole. They have a gaping hole in their case. But let's see what they do with the information.
indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say,
Okay, so let me see. I think Takapina is going to say that the likelihood of somebody else being hurt is slim to none, because there was no projectile, because this is a starter pistol. Is that what he says?
I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night, not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror.
Okay.
The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun?
Okay.
Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Efron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case.
Okay.
The law tells you we do not have to prove.
All right.
That the defendant even touched Mr. Efron.
Okay.
Mr. Efron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime
Oh, so no firing actually has to occur. Okay.
to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Efron.
Is he going out of order?
The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable
There goes Phoebe's ambivalence again. So Phoebe said he do be sounding convincing. I guess Phoebe is saying it's a little compelling. Obek says if it was a real gun, why was there no evidence of bullet holes in all those cars? I do not know that is a good argument, because again, there can only or at least the evidence that's brought out, there were 2 shots. Okay, there's no evidence that he was spraying or that he targeted vehicles. He shot directly at vehicles. That's not the evidence. So I'm not convinced by that.
of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you, so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Efron. There can be steps.
Here's the thing, though. A hung jury in this case would, sometimes there are circumstances when a hung jury is an absolute win for a defendant. Okay. The problem with this case is that if the jury is hung, Relly does get to polish up his he might show up again and he's just himself. So he might show up again and he's just himself if they do decide to retry. So I don't know.
But the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired.
You already said that.
The evidence in this case compels you to one
And what do you make of the video, Fever?
conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun.
Yes, Olbeck, that's called attempt. That would be an attempted this, attempted that. But attempt, you actually have to show that that an individual had a specific intent to carry out whatever the conduct the prosecution is alleging.
Mr. Efron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired.
Okay.
Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition.
Okay, a prosecution still has a problem here. To me, I don't know, let's move. No, we're not going to move on. My biggest problem so far, and again, we still have Lewin, right? But my biggest problem is that they do not explain how the officers were able to miss the shell casings. Yeah.
The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Lou, who are telling you that it's a prop gun.
Okay.
Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun.
I did not see that, Fever. At no point did I see O'Reilly have both hands around Rocky. I did not see that. My recollection of the video is that he had his left hand was holding his collar, but the right hand always remained down, and even when Ilse was between them.
So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Efron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion.
Okay.
That the defendant.
Are you done?
That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty,
That's crazy.
but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only
And so they have a break and he comes back again?
just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Takapina is going to talk about Mr. Efron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Efron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Efron has ever made when he is given statements.
Okay, so how do you explain it away?
He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Efron is talking about things that have absolutely.
Oh no, do they have a sketch artist in the courtroom or not? Because I wanna see if they took a sketch of the the billionaire babies.
Nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets.
Yeah, I am bamboozled. I do not know why they put that Sajimi person up there. I do not know why the defense did that, because by putting him up there, now all the audio comes in. I'm puzzled.
Of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Efron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Efron said to Mr. Sejemi, I'm already a millionaire.
Yeah,
Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he,
Listen, in the words of I feel rally though. In the words of Pooh Shiesty. Zeta needs to give my phone because I need to play that part. Hold on. Remind me, Pooh Shiesty. Remind me, Pooh Shiesty. Remind me, Pooh Shiesty. What time is it? Okay, Zeta has about 30 minutes. Then she needs to go to bed. So we're gonna take a break in about 13 minutes.
said to Mr. Sejemi, go ahead and post news articles on social media. He said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens.
Listen, he's trying to channel what's the attorney? YSL? Not love, definitely not love. The one that did the closing. I know he has a lot more energy now. What's her name? Simone, somebody.
He said to Mr. Sejemi, go ahead and post news articles on social media.
Yeah.
He said he was, I'm suing.
He definitely has a little bit more action.
I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's.
It's like the hand swipe. Because she did that when she said stop, don't play the music or whatever it is she was saying.
If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors.
Okay.
All those clips, none of those clips helped you answer the question in this case, was it a real gun or a fake gun?
Okay.
And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Efron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Efron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings.
Yeah, that is true. I am puzzled. I do not know why. I suppose when you do have a client and they hand it over, I guess you bring it in the event. I guess that's just one of those CYA, okay, cover your ass type of situations, because if the client gives you this evidence and you don't play it and it ends up getting convicted, then that's your ass, right? So I suppose under those circumstances you play it and you, I guess, draft a document for the client basically saying that, you told them that this should not be entered into evidence, but they understand the risks and they, decided it was in their best interest to play. I'm puzzled. So Jimmy still has me puzzled.
Those recordings are very important because Mr. Efron does not know he's being recorded.
Right.
He thinks he's talking to his friend.
Right.
He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts.
Okay.
He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he said,
Those are some well-behaved babies, though. I've not heard the baby cry not once. Like act up. I wonder how they're entertaining the baby. Like, is Rihanna out there with like, I don't know, what are those little rattle toys? Is she tickling the baby? Is she rubbing the baby's back? What's going on?
quality of those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down.
Okay.
Play a couple of them.
Benji likes it when I'm just going off on random. I'm just talking random things.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100%.
I should have known that. I should have known them folks have nannies. I should have known that. That should have been very clear. Okay.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
What?
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me?
You feel me?
He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have.
He didn't what? Okay, he didn't have to do what he did.
He forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him deals. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why?
There's a case, I don't remember. This is one of those really bad cases though, because it was a murk. It's a very old case. Probably, I don't think it was in the 90s. I think it's like a 2000 case, early 2000 case. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because they have, this is not an official transcript, but and in that case, there was a single word. A defendant was charged with murk, okay? And he was convicted at trial. But on appeal, he was granted a second trial. And the reason for that was because the prosecution there was a transcription. I do not remember what was transcribed. Something was transcribed. And I cannot remember if the transcriber inserted a word that was not said or they omitted a word. I think a word was actually inserted. Anyways, because of that one word that was in the transcript that was not, actually a part of I think it was a record, it was some type of audio. Anyways, the defendant, his conviction was overturned. So you have to be very careful with these transcriptions.
Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Like, it was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of, I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him.
That man said, word, I feel. He said word. Sorry, you guys know I am a little wacky, but I'm sorry. That word, that should have been a sign right there that this man is recording you, because he's not saying anything now. He's just saying word, I feel.
And he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that.
He said word.
Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? He told me ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari, because Bari influenced a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him.
Oh, so that's the part that I missed. Because I said somebody must have communicated the fact that Bari had him on speaker. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on. Okay, Oldbag said she's out there dancing with her umbrella. She might be. Okay, so that makes sense, because I was trying to figure out, I'm like, who relayed the information? So, I don't know. These people are so messy. Like, I don't know. Again, really, why did you disclose this information? I don't know. All right.
Next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woogie, 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 woogie. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me sweet. You feel me?
When this man is saying I feel, and he's not even saying I feel you, he's just saying I feel. He's just saying I feel. That should have been a sign.
Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say first words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money. Tell that nigga fuck I get over 20, 30 missed calls.
Right. I have questions. Okay, here's the thing. I'm just thinking, I'm going back to that. I guess my ambivalence about whether children should be in the courtroom or not. Personally, if these were my children under these circumstances, I'm probably shielding them against this. I don't know that I have my kids in the courtroom with this type of conversation and words and things about guns. I mean, right now I'm out here, giving my opinion on a case that has to do with guns and stuff. I'm not in a living room. I'm in my room. My kids nowhere near me. So, yeah, from a defendant's perspective, I understand a defendant not having childcare and having to show up for court because otherwise the judge will issue a bench warrant, right? I completely understand under those circumstances. And even under those circumstances, I would like to believe that those are the defendants that you get in and out of the courtroom. Okay. But as far as this case is concerned, to have, I don't know, how old are these kids? Brooklyn would know, like a 7-month-old, maybe, and a 3-year-old. I do not know that I would want my kids in the courtroom, but it's different. If I am the attorney and my client has kids, you better bring those kids out here, have them tug at the jurors, hearts, make them feel guilty about them potentially taking away their father from the kids. I think that is the angle that Joe Tacopina is playing. Okay. Basically showing that this man does have kids. And if you do convict, then he is going to go away and he'll be away from his kids for an extended period of time. Yeah, I'm just saying with this type of language, because I don't know. I don't talk like this around my kid. I don't know. Every once in a while I use foul language, but that's because I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with you guys, so I cuss up here. But even talking to my sister, I don't cuss. Yeah, I just talk to you people and my men.
And Rocky, text messages, I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me, I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Okay, so Fever as well would not have kids around here because I know those kids are young. I don't know. I would not have my kids in the courtroom for this, but it's pretty obvious that the kids and Rihanna are serving a specific purpose for the defense. And I'm not going to fault that because, again, if I am the attorney, I am that type of person. I'm not as shysty as Joe, though, because Joe he plays dirty. I don't play dirty, but I do things that other attorneys probably would not do.
I answered him, he's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the I'm not really at the Lowe's, you feel me? And we go Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. He's like, no, you not, nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay, all of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me, he was calling. You and a couple other people heard this story, Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, maybe though.
Again, so JB, that's I don't know. Really should have been kind of obvious because the most apart from I feel word. So JB is just concerned with why he took it to law enforcement.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He glared at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turned on me that day. What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot it?
What?
Shoot him up?
Okay, so he's basically saying, I understand the prosecution should have, I guess, highlighted this, right? In the sense that what Terrell is saying here is that his only option is at this point is to sue Rocky because he's not, going to have, he's not going to shoot up a block. So that's what he's saying. So his only way to, feel like he's made whole is to sue the man, go after his money.
What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details
Okay.
that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created.
Right.
That's their person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I am puzzled. I do not understand. I really do not understand why the prosecution, not the prosecution, the defense thought putting Sir Jimmy up there was a good move. I don't know. I cannot. Regardless of verdict, to me, putting Sir Jimmy up there just didn't make any sense.
Trick Mr. Efron.
Because the prosecution otherwise would not have been able to introduce these recordings.
Trying to get Mr. Efron to say something damaging.
Right.
Say something that's going to undermine this case. Because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot him.
Okay.
The same thing, because he waved at me 4 or 5 times. I didn't
All right. How much longer do they have with the audio? All right. Let's take a quick break here, folks. Let's take a 5-minute break, okay? For me, it's 8:34. Oh, it's actually 8:35. Let's return at 8:40. I need to get Zeta situated for bed. So otherwise I'm gonna have real problems in the morning. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks, Benji. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I'm back. All right, let's get back into the prosecution's closing. There we go.
Ills as a shield while he dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? Not trying to end squash and shit, get some paper or something. Or what?
Trying to do what? Squash, get some paper. I'd have highlighted that. So he's like, let's call it a day, get paid, and move on.
You know, like,
Bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all one had. We had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best boy in LA and what about my business? You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me?
Yeah, and he's just going on about paper. Wally wants, what's his name? Rocky to pretty much pay and have this thing go away.
Like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with the legal shit involved out of boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go with that. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those allegations, Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant, that he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases, that he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they
Wait,
created.
I'm sorry.
And it's
I got distracted. I was reading emails. I need to put my phone away. All right. He said what? Wait, what?
everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created.
Yeah.
And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit, you know, $5.
And he could have ended it when he shot at who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times, you gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He claimed that that's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck this status was about. He pulls out. He tries to test on me. He tries to test on me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy.
Oh, this is random. But do you guys remember, I think it was on New Year's Eve, when I really did not feel like going to work that day, but I ended up going. And then one of my clients had brought me flowers. Well, he brought me flowers today. So that was not, I mean, he did come out there for, a legitimate purpose or whatever, because his case is settling and he had to sign settlement agreements or whatever. So he brought flowers and he said it was for Valentine's Day. Anyways, I was just thinking about how sweet that man is.
Boy, Jimmy and Ilse is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He ain't give me no seconds, bro. She acting like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get in the road, or you just trying to move on and shit?
What is Wally saying?
Somebody like that. You feel me? Now, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me.
That man said, I feel, bro. That should have been a sign. Listen, if you're on a phone call with somebody and all they're saying is, I feel, not even I feel you, you're being recorded.
Feel me? I did my part. They look at it on my end. What else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag, or you know?
I tried already, bro. And you don't
Yeah, why not just ask for the bag?
ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you have to look like I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly.
He actually does make a good point.
Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Efron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Efron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me to fuck off, go to the police. He told me this.
I would have highlighted that part where he's saying that he's, sympathetic towards Rocky.
Type of shit.
Your hearing is unvarnished.
Is there a possibility? I mean, there's always a possibility. But if we have to go back to, if we have to try and imagine that we grew up in Harlem and we're part of ASAP mob and we're all men or whatever that have known each other for 14, 15 years or whatever. Is there a possibility if Rocky did in fact, tell this guy to F off and go to the police? Did he say this thinking that Raleigh was not actually going to go to the police because nobody wants to be labeled as a snitch? Is that possible? I don't know.
His unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant.
Oh, so I guess I jumped the gun. I said I would have highlighted that, but the prosecution knows what they're doing.
Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option. Told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky.
What? I don't know too many. Okay.
He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out,
He was going to talk to him, the mediator. I think he said he was a mediator. No? Yeah, I think he said he was a mediator.
Like,
I don't even want to.
Yeah, and again, before we even got to Sajimi, I mentioned the possibility of folks going back and forth between Raleigh and Rocky, trying to work some stuff out behind the scenes, and we have Wally out here saying that he, he's gonna talk or probably talk to Rocky and figure it out.
I don't want no message relay like that because he had more than, bro. I had over years of reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, shit.
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you got going on, him thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust.
All
Rocky,
he says is, I feel, man. I'm
not
sorry.
looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like,
Yeah, they would start looking at you funny, blah, blah. Cannot see the
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you don't, you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career.
Everybody has to pick a side now.
Work for him.
you feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about
I
nobody.
know the Tagapina talk about you know, Rally allegedly pimping people out and I don't know, working or putting the girlfriend on something similar to Backpage. Did that come out or no?
Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying? Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi.
Yeah, again, for the life of me, I have no idea what possessed the defense. I have no idea what possessed the defense to put Sajimi out there. It just, I don't know.
Knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Efron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Efron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Efron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I
don't know, regardless of whether this was a gun or like a real gun or a prop, just the circumstances leading up to these folks colliding, I still question that. I don't know. To me, it doesn't make sense. Like, why are you confronting each other over? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It must be drug activity, or maybe it's pride, or it's something. Because if I talk crap about somebody on the phone and I'm on speaker, I do not know that. Again, human beings are very complex. I just do not think that is enough of a motive to go and confront somebody. Like, just move on.
use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead.
Oh, he's getting a little more pep. he's engaging a little bit.
He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari,
I know, does this man get his braids done every day or something? Like, these braids are looking, looking pretty fresh.
posts that post about me and outs me to the world.
What is it saying? Let's see. I need some lip readers.
Posts that post about me and outs me to the world. Those recording, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. You listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Efron say? I'm faking the whole thing.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. When the folks were coughing in the courtroom, I was like, what if these kids catch COVID? And now the baby's coughing. They should have kept these kids at home.
Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know Rocky carries that fake gun. That's what he knew. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Efron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Efron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he
That's a good point. That's a good point.
thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent.
And that's why I have no idea. Defense, I have no idea why the entertainment lawyer flew Sir Jimmy from Paris to testify and get these audios. And I don't know.
He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay?
Know what? No less than 9 times?
And he was on the witness stand for 5 days
Yeesh.
when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural.
Okay.
But Mr. Efron.
All right, come on now, Mr. P. I'm trying to get to Tacopina. Like, how much longer do you have? Oh no, he's taking a little too long.
Was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant.
Okay.
To 12, 2 Ills, 2 John. Was locked in with all of them telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years. Before then, they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only.
Okay.
You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about,
Which statement changed? Hold on.
The day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, oh, where the gun is now. That
All right, so folks, it is now 9:01. We have another hour. You're gonna hear my alarms going off, but at 10, I need to call it a night because my duties of Cupid are going to resume. Okay, so I have to do stuff for Zeta. I have to put stuff up for her. Yeah.
was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies
Yeah,
credibility.
Fever, he's finally gaining some traction, right? He's finally gaining some traction, but I do agree. He's taking forever. Okay, so Fever says if he was to become a lawyer, he'd definitely be a defense attorney. And why is that?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
That timing alone came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
The judge said overruled. I'm sorry.
The idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd.
Okay.
So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial.
It's the Army's Swiss knife.
You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt.
Okay.
The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant as guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those two cartridge cases that Mr. Efron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, the defendant's bedroom closet?
Okay.
So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because
Okay.
he literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not like
Yeah, so Fever, what basically Fever is saying indirectly is that a defense attorney's job is easier than the prosecution, which is true. A defense attorney, public defender, their job far easier than a prosecutor. I've done both, and I can tell you, being a prosecutor, that's hard work. That is hard work.
further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously,
That's actually a good point. I did not think about it from that perspective, where even though the advice was for him to have prop guns, I don't know about this advice. This security expert, I'm questioning a little bit. But the prosecution does raise a good point. The point, I guess, I did not really look into is pretty much this irony or conflict of him being advised to carry around prop guns. However, he is comfortable going to bed with real guns in close proximity.
if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's the thing the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally.
Yeah, the prosecutor started coughing as well. I don't know. I mean, the baby cough, juror number one started coughing. There's somebody close to the mic that's coughing.
Modified was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not fully think this through.
Okay.
He didn't fully flush out.
Sorry, I like subtle insults. So let's go back. Let's see if that's a line. Let's see if that's a line that I borrow from Mr. P.
After a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay.
That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not
And it's painfully obvious. That man was not thinking.
fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment,
Yeah, I
when
got
it's
that
quickly
too.
pulled, he saw those two same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt and the magazine extender. And so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene.
Okay.
Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol.
Okay.
And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene?
Okay.
In his opening statement, Mr. Takakina made a big show of pointing out how
Dang, he called the man a showman.
7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he
They definitely did not find. Okay.
obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases.
Okay.
But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun.
I don't know. I would argue defense. I'd be arguing burden shifting.
That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case.
Okay. He said painfully. Okay.
Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now? Or
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into
All right, let's take a break now.
All right.
Please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please come discuss the case.
Benji, what did you think about closing if you watched? Because I do not know that we get into Takapina. I do not know that we get into Takapina tonight. And what I was thinking is, oh, did I go too quickly? What I was thinking, because I mean, they might still be deliberating tomorrow, right? By the time that I get off work, just considering, what is this, the time difference. And I think, because I'm conflicted, I'm like, do I start watching Takapina on my own while I'm at work in the morning and just give you guys a recap? Or, I don't know, I think Takapina is going to be spicy though. Or do we come up here and, as I'm doing my laundry, go over his closing, But what if the jury has a verdict in between? Do we still kind of ignore it and pretend that nothing happened and continue with Takapina? I don't know. I'm just wondering. Oldbag says, what does a prop shell? Oh, I'm sorry. What does a prop gun shell look like? We can look it up. Okay, Benji said, I didn't watch. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Okay, so Oldbag said, no. We have to watch it together. All right, we'll watch it together. Let me see what a prop. I'll play this. Oh, I have my phone. I don't have to do it on the on my computer. But let's see. Are they still? Yeah. No.
The missing phone was not missing at all? Very good. All right, we're back on the record. Our jurors are present. All parties.
No, Oldbag. The focus always has to be on the prosecution because it's their burden. Okay, it's their burden.
Present.
I mean, we might do 5 minutes of Takapina just before I get off here because we can.
And Mr. Perzomic,
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna just pick up briefly where I left off. We were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because we heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Takapina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in opening statement, it's a thorough search.
All right, so Oldbag, according to Google, okay, they're saying that a prop gun shell casing typically looks like a real shell casing made of brass, but apparently there are visible modifications, such as holes drilled into the side and a visible metal ball bearing inside or a painted or marked section to clearly distinguish it as being a dummy. So I guess they should have found something. But let's see. Okay, so apparently Takapina made Oldbag laugh about the girlfriend and the clown makeup and the jury. And I mean, we cracked up. I cracked up as well when that man did not recognize the girlfriend because she has makeup on.
Spotlights involved, but what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Takapina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement and he described how you were going to see Mr. Efron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10 and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Efron's a liar because Mr. Efron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, They were told by Mr. Efron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video. They saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Efron's photographs of those cartridge cases. is
Yeah,
that
that individual in the light hoodie or whatever that was walking around. I have wondered if that is, somebody from Rocky's team that's out there trying to secure shell casings. I've wondered about that.
actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Efron's detailed statement to you.
No, there was an individual out there that folks thought was actually, or the officers thought was Raleigh, that turned out not to be him. And that person, to me, looked like they were looking for something like shell casings.
That when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video. It's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Efron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Efron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, "That's not me." So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Efron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Efron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Efron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Efron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station.
Sorry, I got distracted, folks. I'm sorry. I need to go. I need to put my phone down. Let's see.
Does not make sense.
Okay.
One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense
Then you'd have
is trying to argue to you,
more.
Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Efron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate
You basically say that man is no mastermind. I'm sorry, I should not have laughed at that.
plan. And weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range and
Let's see, what's Brooklyn saying? Okay, listening in the background, if you can sum it up in 5 bullet points, what he said and why Rocky is guilty. I mean, he's not done yet. I suppose you're talking about Mr. P, right? Okay. And Obed, what had you not thought of? Somebody from the Rocky camp collecting shell casings? Fever, that's what I'm saying. Who picks up shell casings? Obed, but this was after the officers looked, correct? Fever, you only do that to hide something. Okay, a person came back. The mystery person, I don't know. Mystery person was a girlfriend planting the shelter. I don't know that that was the silhouette of a woman. I could be incorrect. I mean, maybe she might be a bodybuilder, but to me, that looked like a man.
He got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Efron must have known that ASAP Lou accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Lou.
Okay, I do like that point. I like the point that Mr. P is raising here. Okay, got it.
Somehow Mr. Efron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Lou's going to load that magazine.
What miracle is that?
Fully loaded. And he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreal.
Oh, yeah. So, news out of New York here. So, apparently, 3 top prosecutors resigned over the order to drop Eric Adams' corruption case. So, some folks, I don't know if they're moving on or if they're being kicked out of the job, but, I suppose they do not agree with the decision to drop the charges, and they are, I guess, they don't feel comfortable remaining or working in the office.
I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog,
Okay.
and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that?
Okay, so there we go. And I said, this is California. I was trying to figure out how they were going to tackle circumstantial evidence. So they're getting into it now. And the reason I know that they're getting into it is because they're talking about a dog named Boomer. I'm assuming it's going to have something to do with cookies or something disappearing. I think it's cookies, but I could be wrong. They're probably going to talk about cookies disappearing, and the prosecution wanting to know how sure jurors are that it's actually Boomer that ate the cookies. So let's see if that's where he goes.
The tornado didn't come down. And she would ask you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house?
Okay, so I guess they changed it. They don't use a cookie out there. They're using a dog that's trashing a house.
How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Efron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Efron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense
I don't know. I guess people should start walking around collecting shell casings, right?
scenario 2, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43. So
Listen, I've said this before. Criminal cases are not concerned with truth. Okay, so if this is how, these are allegations. They're never proved to be true. But if he did engage in the conduct that is alleged, and this is how it gets off, then it's how it gets off. Okay, Brooklyn said maybe it was sent.
not any gun, but
That
that
came
specific
through.
gun.
Made a mess.
And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes. He's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Efron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Efron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Efron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots.
I don't know, trying to talk to lawyers.
So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere.
Oh, I guess Old Bag was right. Old Bag was right. I'm seeing a video over here of Rihanna, Umbrella, and the baby, okay? Or this is a nanny or somebody. I think that's Rihanna in the background. I don't know. Getting distracted. Let's get back.
Belief, that's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, and 2 things going to happen,
Phoebe's
get
funny.
these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene.
And alibi, Brooklyn, alibi is not just a person. Alibi is also a place, okay?
Wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Efron?
No, it's not a picture. It's a video that was recommended to me by, I don't know, it's something called Extra TV or something. Never heard of them before.
To tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be your reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Efron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers. Because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired.
Okay.
I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Efron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Efron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it.
Yeah, so Old Bag, that's what I asked. The possibility of a hung jury. What do you think of that? Possibility of a hung jury. FIFA says, but you are never supposed to mess with the evidence. And then Brooklyn, yeah, Old Bag, I don't believe anybody. Okay.
And then the police went out and collected video.
I mean, Old Bag, is that still your position, even though Takapina made you laugh?
And you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem.
If he did
It
what?
could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying. They found out there were only 2. And then he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it.
Oh, yeah, that would be a serious problem.
And then the police went out.
Well,
with
that
the
would be a
video,
serious
and
problem.
found out there were only 2 shots. Then you have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying.
Right.
But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believe it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Efron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Efron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Efron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Bills, and 12E, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't.
Okay.
While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Efron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you when we expect him to respond back.
What did he
with
say?
Going to circle the case. Those messages by Mr. Efron in the defense case are important because they also betray a real gun that's fired at him. Those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Efron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you when you expect him to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true.
Come on now. Oh, this is Old Bag. I thought this was Fever. I was like, Fever, you just changed your position. Okay, so Old Bag says, you know, it was a fight about nothing that got out of control. And then Old Bag thinks that it was a real gun, but he didn't shoot at Rally. I mean, Old Bag, if you think that it was a real gun, then that's a conviction because he does not actually have to shoot at Rally. And then Old Bag thinks that he shot it to scare him off. Then Rally heard Rocky on the phone and decided to sue. All right. Okay, and FIFA says, what does FIFA say? I'm sorry, I cannot stop laughing. I should not really be laughing at this stuff, but okay. So Fever says he thought he would never shoot. Fever just changed his position. I think Fever said, didn't Fever said he was a fake gun the whole time? I don't know. Anyway, here's the thing. All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
True, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens. But the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that prop gun that he used, right? That real prop gun that he has.
That real prop gun
is not only his get out of jail free card.
Okay.
That is his make Mr. Efron's fake lawsuit go away later.
Yeah.
So he needs to keep close tabs
Yeah, yeah. I wondered if he was going to get into this, but he clearly knows what he's doing.
On that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Efron,
I forgot there was a judge in this case. I hate to say it, but I mean, what is he really going to say during closing?
text the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you received through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. And that's the thing, because I mean, I guess let's wait for the verdict, okay? But I'm thinking, here's the thing. Wally definitely did not make sense. But even as Lou was testifying, I was really scratching my head. I was really scratching my head because the testimony did not make sense. But let's get into it.
Gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response?
And that's the thing I've said before. Lou, the security expert, you don't go to Lou for nothing. Okay, maybe as a hype man, sure, but stuff, real stuff.
You received through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable?
Man, Lou is something, because to take a firearm and dispose of it at the direction of somebody else. Listen, when I say I don't trust people, I don't trust people. You guys know that I lived in Mississippi. When I lived in Mississippi, I worked for a public defender's office. And there was somebody selling something, okay? My colleague, he was telling me about somebody selling something. I don't remember if it was meat. This was many years ago. They were selling something, and it was on the low, okay? They were selling something, and it's on the low. And he was, I guess, I don't know if he bought stuff. I think he was meat, something along those lines. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how you get charged with, possession of stolen property. So to take stuff, I don't know. People are built differently, or maybe I don't have the time. I don't know. I'm a little suspect. But to take a gun, whether it's real or not, and dispose of it for somebody else, I don't know about that. You cannot get me to do that.
This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it.
People said the judge is on mute.
And with the real one that was used.
Wait, what?
I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43,
okay,
the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine. I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened.
Okay.
Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun.
Okay.
He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it.
Obag, what did you get your man for Valentine's Day? I don't really celebrate. I don't really do holidays, but I do have a kid, and the kid's disappointed because her school does not celebrate Valentine. I don't know what they have going on, but they don't celebrate Valentine's Day. I don't know who did what to who. So she's upset about that. But I've always bought her stuff. But Cupid only comes out at 10 p.m. Okay, and Cupid.
They get rid of it with the magazine that's in it, but they forget there's that backup magazine
Yeah.
in the defendant's closet.
The people, they're trying to get me caught. Nope. No. I pay full price always.
But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence?
Wait, what?
Why would he do that?
Well, why would he get rid of?
Is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence?
Yeah, I think somebody also said, I don't know. Or was that Rihanna? Was that one of the babies? Let's see.
Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence?
Somebody did say, but that's a good point. I guess I'm gonna give Mr. P 4 points. That was actually good. Yeah, why would you do that? If it's a prop, why do you get rid of the prop when it can exonerate you?
Why would you do that? You received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty.
No, Fever. What the prosecution is arguing, they're arguing that there's a spare magazine that they forgot to get rid of. That's what they're saying. Brooklyn, how's my kid supposed to be my Valentine? No. I do play Cupid, but
Using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty.
Okay. Wait, what did you say?
One about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty.
Okay, so what are you referring to?
Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless...
Okay, let's get into California now. Suppression or fabrication of evidence. Okay, try to conceal or destroy evidence. Okay.
Unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty. Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Efron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is. Here's the prop gun. This is the one I use. Anyway, we're trying to accept Lou's
So
story.
old bag apparently avoids eye contact because eye contact lands you in jail.
That he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the
Old bag, I have questions. What kind of swing? I'm sorry.
DMV music video shoot.
What?
There's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is
Yeah, I don't really do birthdays. Sometimes it depends on the I like doing things for other people's birthdays, but I don't really like people spending money on me, period. I don't do it. I don't like
why
it.
doesn't Lou get the gun back?
Okay.
So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first
All
place.
right, Fever said I'm his I'm his Valentine. I love it.
He needs to keep this. This is very important. in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back.
Oh no, I
and gives it
think I know what old bag is. I don't know. I think I know what old bag is saying.
to this co-director. Lou knows. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence.
I don't know. Shout out to Jerome though. He might be out there working. People's HVACs might be out.
This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call,
Okay.
and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back.
He was.
Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on consulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video.
Okay.
That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified.
On the spot.
Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years.
Yeah.
They could have called him. They could have had him come in and testify and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony?
What are you saying it could? What are you referring to, Fever? Are you talking about the gun disappearing or the prop gun disappearing?
You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed?
Okay.
Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper?
Oh, I thought they were about to get into some serious stuff. I thought they were going to say, wouldn't you want to hear from the defendant? I'm like, look like you're trying to cause a mistrial, but okay.
That proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This
Yeah.
was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there?
Yeah, your swing comment definitely did not throw Fever off. Fever is very focused, unlike me.
A picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times?
I don't know, old bag, whatever it is that you're talking about.
There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork, anyway. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it, he modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition?
I guess Takapina is going to argue that, he had boxes that were taped up and they did not go through the boxes. The prop guns were in the boxes.
No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12. And I've talked to you about why you should view their
I know,
testimony.
does Takapina have like a condo, a house, or something in California? Because, I mean, sir, you've been down there for like 2 weeks now, maybe longer. Where are you staying?
Testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members
Okay.
who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Blue, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're gonna hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're gonna hold this inside and they're only gonna really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh, there's a prop closet, huh? Like, I guess they buy, I don't know, rich people stuff. I have a junk drawer, so I don't know. They might have a prop closet.
As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers or detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do.
I know that man is whispering in his
They
lawyer's
let him
ear.
have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim
I know I had said 10, but let's try and get to 10:30. Let's see if I'm sorry, you guys. I'm a little too invested. I probably am more invested than I should be. But I want to see this come to a close.
you know,
What I mean by that is I want the prosecution to actually close, like finish their closing argument, and then get ready for Takapina, but that's a tomorrow issue.
12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when
Eva said it's definitely a code of silence.
asked. But the judge specifically asked both of them, will you sit and talk to the police? They both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information
What did you get your daughter, Obag?
that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect.
Oh my goodness, Viva. Viva's hurt. Viva's hurt because they went to the boys. In the words of Wally, Raleigh took it to the boys, and Viva's not too happy about that. So I don't know. I'm like,
Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you,
Yeah.
this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense.
Okay.
It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of Hills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop gun.
Yeah, because Takapina, hold on. That I don't know. Let's move on.
It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video.
You feel me? right, come on, Mr. P.
What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Efron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish.
What was your daughter using? Go back, not to air all her business out, but where was she getting her stuff from? Like Bath and Body Works, or what are I don't know. Let's leave it alone. All right, let's see. You feel me? Ah, I mean, that is 12V. But when you're being recorded and you have Wally on the phone, he just says, I feel. I feel, man.
Argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you.
What's
is
the story?
about-
I'm getting distracted. I'm so out of control. I mean, I've been worse. I've been worse. But let's see how much further we can go. I'm trying to get a prosecutor to finish up. But he's just, I don't know. How much longer do you have? Well, he's talking. He's really talking.
I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story.
Okay.
The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case.
Okay.
If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen.
Okay.
Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all.
This Army knife.
You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. Let's go back. He said what? Okay, let's go back. He said
You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf.
That's crazy.
Provide a false alibi. Lou will do that for you too.
That is crazy. Why did he do Lou like that?
Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems.
Okay.
He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub. He's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, scary.
Not a prop knife, a real knife.
Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's
Old bag said word. Word to my mother. Okay, let's
Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers.
Okay, so Benji said if the jury sees Riri and her billionaire baby that did not blend in with the drapes, okay? Maybe one of them won't want to see the baby daddy ASAP Rocky in prison. That's what I said. That's the reason why those kids are there, okay? That's the only purpose. Because a kid that does not even know how to read, what purpose they have in court? Like, yeah. Okay, so old back said some dollar stuff from Grandpa. Shout out to Dollar Tree, okay? And shout out to Dollar Tree. All right. All right. Fever said 12. He got a new song. What's it titled? First of all, I listen to trash music like that. Listen, let's play some. I listen to trash music. I really do listen to trash music. I told you guys when what's his name? Hold on, let me think. There's somebody that was in my comments, I think 2 days ago. I don't always read comments, but they said, How are you gonna report on a case when you don't even know the names?" I could have taken offense, but I just forget people's names. That's just how it is. Hold on, I had my lyric here. Anyways, when Raleigh was talking to Wally, and he was telling people about being a millionaire, I think that he was just inspired by Pooh Shiesty, okay? Because you guys know I like Pooh Shiesty, but listen to this. I lost. Okay, here are the lyrics. Hold on. Hold on. Did you guys hear that? He's basically counting his money before he actually gets the money. Listen, how do I turn this up? Hold on, I like this song. I listen to this song. I don't listen to this. I mean, I listened to it this week, but when I was a prosecutor, not a prosecutor, when I was a public defender, I used to be angry a lot. Like the cases made me angry. And I'd be listening to Pooh Shiesty. I'd be turned up, be listening to King Von. When I get in that courtroom, it's over. Anyways, I forgot. I lost track of what is this? I forgot. Lost track of the actual lyrics. I lost it, so I need to. I'm dropping this. All right, let's move on, guys.
Just follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes. Some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No.
I don't know. Apparently, he had stalkers, and
So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No.
Brooklyn, that's just a background. If it's on my phone, typically okay. But if I play it on the video, then it is a violation. Like the YSL trial, I got 2 violations. One for, it was like embedded. It's one of those Instagram posts that they were showing in that trial. I think it was it's not YMB. I know the kid out of Baton Rouge. I don't know how I forgot his name, but I forgot his name. The little kid but he's not a kid. He's not real. I think he's a man. He might be in his 20s, but he's out of Baton Rouge. His name escaped me. And then there's another song. I think it was a Young Thug song or something. So yeah, those get you in trouble.
He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came.
Yeah, I was always jabbing you guys. Like when I got there, it was over. It was over. I was always pumped up.
To another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun.
That's crazy.
Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set,
That's the thing, though. That's the part about they should have thought that prop defense thoroughly. Even with an acquittal, I still question the defense. It's one thing if they go out and get the prop gun or whatever, but to just suddenly take it off the set, I don't know.
they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop
Why are you referring to Brooklyn and why?
gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy for his good friend Lou, suggesting that he should
A
carry
good friend Lou.
a prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns. He loves to shoot them, and he's very knowledgeable about
And why do you see that, Fiva? What are you seeing?
guns. Specifically, though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition.
Okay.
Very important. You gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou,
Yeah, I think this is the good part. The beginning was a little shaky, but you know, he danced around a little bit and did some stuff, but he has my attention for sure because I should be gone. Cupid should be gone, but Cupid's still here.
is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail oriented.
Yeah.
And when Lou goes to the gun
Yeah, I'm
store,
with Benji on this one. The prosecutor does raise valid, he raises good points, and that's why I look forward to Takapina. Dang, he's talking for quite some time.
one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it,
He's so dramatic. I'm sorry. Let's go back.
free. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine.
Okay.
And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to him.
All right, Fiva.
And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together.
Okay.
And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine
He said useless magazine.
he's just bought for the completely wrong gun.
Okay.
And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do instead? They're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk.
They need to zoom in because I'm like, I actually want to look at Takapina's face.
Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his
Right.
fidgety.
He was fidgeting with right.
And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun.
Okay.
And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition.
Okay.
The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care.
Okay.
Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition to some.
No, Rocky's pretty. I don't know. His eyes closed. I don't know. His eyes are closed. But I was gonna say he's pretty stoic. I've not seen real emotion. I don't even know why these people like. Come on, pat your client on the back or something. Talk to him a little bit. Here's the one that's whispering in the attorney's ear a little bit. But yeah, I cannot really see anything. Hard to read. Don't know what he's thinking. But here's the thing. Regardless of conviction or acquittal, this is a difficult time for a defendant because you just don't know.
Reason keeps it in this useless magazine.
Yeah, his eyes were closed for a little bit though.
And Lou because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial.
Right.
And the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one, at
That's
Rocky's
funny.
house overnight. When he comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff.
Okay.
What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house.
Okay.
And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real
This
guns,
is
in his
bad
house,
advice.
including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition.
Okay.
And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has.
Wow.
Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition.
The judge wants to
And
go.
again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet.
Okay.
Now, at this point, this is where I'm going to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain.
What volume do you want me to turn up? Turn up your volume. What are you talking about, old bag? Or are you telling them to turn it up? You turn up your volume.
He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain power.
Fever, I'm with you on that one. That's why when Lou was testifying, I was scratching my head. I was really scratching my head.
Of seeing into the future and mind control.
But I also want
What
to
do
know.
I mean by that?
I'd like to know how much time lapsed between this fidgeting, drinking escapade, and the search, the police search. Because if it's a few, I don't know if it's a few hours. How does it end up in your closet? That's the thing. I don't know. I'm scratching my head.
He spends most of his story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain
Who's this?
story. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym,
Dang.
except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control.
They're describing Raleigh, I suppose.
By that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relly, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relly, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relly. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Raleigh is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this for whatever reason he wants to.
I mean, people do film themselves doing things.
Master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun he doesn't own,
That's crazy.
and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relly is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case.
That's
He
crazy.
happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relly's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relly somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relly's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relly meet him when it's actually Relly's plan all along. Right? It's brilliant. So Relly meets up with Rocky
Very sarcastic.
in Hollywood, and Relly gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say,
Fever said he's pretty good, pretty.
attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relly's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out.
What just happened? I hope it's on one of those restart things. For 1250. Are they stuck?
Casually reaching out.
Come on.
And 12, he's going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that.
All right, we might have to switch over to Core TV, folks. Because come on, Law and Crime.
Rocky isn't that.
All right.
You know, remember 12, he told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know? Very friendly.
Let's get to it. This is
Relly, when in reality,
yeah, this is so annoying. Now we have to switch over to Core TV. Problem is I don't even know. Why do they have OJ up here? All right, let's go to Core TV. Okay.
what you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what happens? He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, he goes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, 2 gunshots at him, so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant. That's
I think
2 gunshots at him
this is where we are.
are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again. Well, okay. His fortunes get even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant videos.
Sorry, I'm
He's also
nosy,
going to
so I need to do everything.
recognize his strength. But Relly's going to attack Ills first.
I went too far. Let's just go back a little bit.
Let's get to it. You know, oh, these were casual messages. Just at the moment, the fake gun just so happens, and 12, he's well, nothing actually. Rocky reaching out towards Rocky. This is now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relly's using his non-dominant hand when it's confrontation. It's Relly's taking commercial flights, and somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relly somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relly's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relly meet him when it's actually Relly's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relly meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relly gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relly's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out towards Rocky. This, of course, course, is gonna make Rocky respond. But what does Rocky do?
Man, I'm sorry. The sarcasm, it's a little too much. Yeah, but
Well, nothing
yeah.
actually. This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12 is gonna have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that Rocky didn't pull the fake gun as Relly had planned. What happened was the fake gun just so happened to fall out of Rocky's pants.
Wow.
What terrible luck for Rocky that it would fall out at that precise moment.
Right.
And not only that, but fall into his hand, and then his finger would land near the trigger
That's crazy.
just at the moment where he happens to walk into view of a camera. Even more unfortunate, because in this story, Rocky isn't mad. He's not upset with Relly. You know, remember 12 he told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it. You know, very friendly.
He said, let's get to it.
Rocky's not mad. But Rocky's gonna look mad on this video for some reason.
Okay.
It's gonna look like he's advancing towards Relly, when in reality, as 12 will tell you, it's just that he didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, apparently, except for the exact same direction that he came in when he walked into the frame that he did. But Relly's not going to be successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relly's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relly's seen the future, so he knows that Rocky's going to attack him.
Okay.
But Relly's going to attack Ills first, and Relly's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relly's tremendous size and strength, Ills will suffer no injuries.
That's crazy.
This is where Relly's plan runs into some really good fortune. Because even though Relly knows that the gun is fake, Relly's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun.
Ah.
And as is Relly's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun.
I'm sorry, you guys. This is a little too much for me. I'm entertained, okay? I'm very entertained.
Rocky's going to chase Relly, which makes, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything.
Okay.
12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall.
He said 12, you did what?
Gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really, though, he's just playing along because he knows.
Yeah.
He actually knows the gun's fake. Relly's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relly, Rocky, and 12. Okay? As is Relly's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to plant to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relly do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, pointing out the police, hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. He's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them to the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? again, Relly's got that power. He knows,
That's
he can see into the future. He knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots.
he wanted to make it clear that 12E was hiding behind the wall.
Relly also knows that when the police search
And I don't blame 12E. I probably would have found a way to get under those cars.
Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine
Hmm.
for that Glock 43, which will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relly planted, of which it's all miraculous because Relly was, using his future-seeing powers.
I mean, I don't know. I do not know. I like this story though. That's a nice story.
Now, Relly's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him.
Okay.
Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually.
All right. Shout out to Benji, Fever, Obag, Brooklyn, everybody that's in here watching. Yeah, I had to listen to the rest of this.
Fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relly is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun.
That's crazy.
That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relly with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it, and Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling super.
Mr. Lewin scratching his head because he's getting ready. Hold on. Watch. Mr. Lewin over here, he's scratching his head because he's like, he's getting ready.
Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting
You see?
a real gun.
I don't know. I guess he's releasing the closing argument powers.
At that mind-controlling, super muscular Relly. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced.
Fever said NYC friends, brothers, not on the same page.
And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's to decide one call's enough. That's it.
That's
Even though Lou and 12E love Rocky like they're brothers.
I don't know. He's doing a lot of talking to the lawyer. What's going on? Go tell them this. go. Here's a joke. I think actually, what's his name? Rocky was feeding. He must have been feeding Takapina the jokes.
For some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial. And
Takapina said, "Don't worry. I'm gonna get you off."
at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because
He said it really was a fake gun, though.
obviously, that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head.
That's crazy.
Wait for your brother to go to trial and spring it on the last minute.
Takapina's like, "Yep."
Ladies and gentlemen, if that
Takapina, why aren't you writing stuff down, though? The man just gave you pointers.
story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible. Literally impossible. That is
On call. That's all. Papa John's.
the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation.
Okay, that's a good summation. Listen, I'm gonna give it up for. I mean, he only has a few more minutes to go. I'm gonna give it out for Mr. P. Okay, I'm gonna let him finish. How much charge do I have? I have 10%. I need to put this thing on a charger, but I'm gonna rate him in a little bit. But he did good. He definitely had me hooked. At least the final hour, maybe longer than that.
Mr. Efron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Efron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly
Obag, have you considered the possibility that the prop gun alibi is ridiculous because it's ridiculous and it's not true? So, yeah, I just, I'm definitely not buying the prop gun. Oh, I might keep getting disconnected. I don't know, something's going on. Anyways, so Fever said, yeah, he already knows that he won the trial. Apparently, what's this? Oldback says Rocky was asking Mr. Takapina if he accepts payments. Like, do you take a payment plan, sir? Do you take payment plans, installment plans, something in kind payment?
angry. The defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Efron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away.
Okay.
That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Efron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Efron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12 retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely.
Oh, man, he's getting fired up. He's getting ready to yell at them and object.
Inconsistent with that gun being fake.
Okay. It's that getting rid of. The getting rid of. I don't know. For. Again, what's this? Rocky's defense. Maybe the jury focuses on Rally and nothing else. Okay, maybe they focus on Rally and nothing else, but getting rid of a prop, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. Everything about Lou does not make sense to me. Him being picked out of a crowd, hype man. Like, what did you do before? Like, how do you leave your life? I guess if it's ASAP Rocky, I suppose you do drop your life or whatever. You drop everything you have going on. But
The defendant still has that Glock 42.
Listen, he is not going to stop saying that. He's pretty much saying this man. When he saw that fire, he ran up out of there. So yeah, he ran up out of there. All right, let's see. All right.
Magazine in his bedroom closet. On top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm.
Holbag, what do you think Rihanna's gonna do with your number? Like, what are you gonna give her, a goat? what are you gonna offer Rihanna, Holbag? A goat, a pig?
He has nothing else in his possession that magazine would go to.
Hmm.
It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun.
He has a
That
lot
night.
more bass in his voice.
The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house.
Yeah.
The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene.
You just said
There's
that.
literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun.
All right.
And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence
All
that the
right.
defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple.
Okay.
Simple.
Lewin is looking like he's trying to growl. He's trying to growl. He is getting ready to growl at the jury.
The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty.
All right.
That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're gonna take a break now, but it's gonna be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't step.
That's why I like to watch. I like to watch cases for myself. Okay. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Lewin. Let me see. What am I grading you? The beginning was a little shaky. It was shaky because he did not quite have a consistent theme in the very beginning. And it was kind of disjointed, okay? But overall, I like his one-liners. The first one where he starts off telling the jury that this is a simple case. It's not complicated, okay? I like that. And then I think what he did brilliantly, though, was this story with a villain. Okay, I thought that was brilliant. That was well done. It shows why Lulu does not make sense as a whole, but it shows why the defense does not really make sense. Okay, so I thought he did a good job with that. Overall, and again, in the beginning, he did not really have energy. I don't know what was going on, but he did not have energy. He was not, I don't know, he was missing a punch. Something was missing there. I don't know if it was nerves, if he did not want to, I guess, come off as overbearing, or if that was just the approach where he starts off, low energy and then he ends high. But I will give him a 7.5 for that. Probably would have given an 8, maybe 8.5. But the beginning, the first hour was disjointed. I still feel that the prosecution definitely has a hole. They have an issue with. They do have an issue. They have a serious issue with the evidence that they presented. But despite that, um, as far as what they presented, Mr. P did do a good job. Okay, in the beginning, as I said, he lost me a little bit. He lost me. He had no energy. Did not really have much going on, but he recovered. He recovered nicely, and definitely the story of the villain. I like that. And in the very end, where he basically sums up and sells this case or the prosecution's evidence to the jury, where he's saying, look at these different factors, or look at this fact pattern of why this is a gun. I thought that was good. Okay. And then Fever says the only evidence is on video. That's all. Olbag says, I'm going to tell her I'm great with $1 billion babies, and I'm a great high. These people need a nanny. Okay, that's who. And here's the thing, I cannot figure out because the very beginning of Mr. P's closing, I could hear a lot of that baby. Okay, the $1 billion baby, I could definitely hear. But as we got towards the middle and the end, I do not know if I tuned the babies out because I was more focused on him, or if the babies were not in the courtroom. But regardless, I thought he did. I thought he did good. All right, Oldbag's gonna be out there tap dancing for Rihanna. Fever says facts. The video showed a gun, but it was a prop. They're saying that was on the video. Okay. And then Fever, do you think, let me phrase that differently. So for the prop gun, would you not want to see the prop gun if you were on the jury? And does it make sense for a defendant to ask the Swiss Army knife to get rid of a prop? Does that make sense? Does it make sense to go through the effort of getting on a private jet? Man, that prop gun has seen the world, okay? It even flew, not even first class. This is like private jet stuff. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense to get rid of a prop gun? All right, let's see. Yeah, but that man, he got out of there, okay? Got out of there. Yeah, I'd be able to roll under a car. There's no question about that. I was gonna tell you guys a story, but I know I told this story during my CLE, like in January, because we drove very late after work. And I was, trying to keep everybody awake, and I was telling them stories about, things from my childhood. And when I started telling my stories, they was like, "Oh, not again." So I'm not gonna bore you guys with my stories. Okay, it's important to the case. Got it. All right, I just want a taste of Tacopina. What time is it? All right, now I'm really going beyond. A taste of Tacopina, just a little bit of Tacopina. Just a little bit, a slide. I just want to see how he starts off. I'll give him like a minute, and then we really need to go because Cupid, I have duties to fulfill. Come on now.
So at present, Mr. Tacopina, are you ready to address the jury? Yes. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez, I'm ahead here, and I already see Lewin standing up. So I don't know. Lewin, be careful not to, you want to be careful not to piss off the jurors because you already have Raleigh. You already have. I mean, but then again, you're a white man, so go ahead and do you.
The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try to discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different.
All right. So we're gonna compare this to what's his name again? Mr. Bumper's lawyer. So Mr. Bumper's lawyer, again, when I watched his closing, or when we watched his closing, and he started off the closing by him basically asking the jury to find his client not guilty, that was well done. So we have no surprises out of New York, okay? We have no surprises here. He's saying he's not going to argue. All right, come on.
I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say.
This is a good approach. So I think he's, the transcripts, I suppose he's going to focus more on Raleigh.
Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all look at that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is the great system of ours that works.
Hold on. Let's look in the comments a little. My behind needs to be. Olbach says yes, a little nibble. My behind needs to. I need to be in bed. I need to. Yeah. I need to be in bed. Hold on. But I'm nosy. Because here's the thing. Even last night when I did not come up here, I went to bed so late. Because I was doing, who did what? Teacher what? I don't know. We're not touching that stuff. We leave that stuff alone. Okay, so somebody doesn't like the lead prosecutor's attitude. Takapina seems like the reasonable guy here, even though he is a drama king. That is true. That is true. Okay, more videos. As far as I'm concerned, what? Oh, okay. So I guess because Trump, but I don't know. Let's leave it alone. Yeah, somebody even said, what? I don't know. What are you talking about? Okay. To be inconsistent, I think it should be looked in by the 5th time. Obviously, he's guilty AF, but doesn't deserve decades in prison. All right. Somebody's praying to God. Will deliver him. All right. Okay. Another person says Taco did a really good. I don't know if people know. I don't know if he knows people are going around calling him Taco. Okay. So they thought he did a really good job. I have to say the prosecution's expert was trash. Pretty BS science. Okay. Takapina's amazing. Not sure many people give a hoot. Okay. I don't know what this is. Let's just move on. Let's quickly go to, should have taken down the timestamp, but not a problem. Let's see what Law and Crime. This is from today. Stuff was so sketchy, like what was going on? Oh, some sketchy. Anyways, let's move on. And getting distracted. Is this Core TV? This is still Core TV. No wonder. Want to go to Law and Crime. Yeah, Law and Crime, I don't know what they had going on. They had something going on. Well, they don't have comments? Ooh, they have a lot of comments. All right, let's close this. Okay, so somebody says, I hope this jury has some higher education on that team, but we will be appealing if they mess up. So I guess they are assuming that somebody that doesn't have a higher education will convict. I don't know, something's going on. Let that man go home. Rally's cap. I don't like how all of a sudden, in defense, the judge felt bad for the little baby prosecutor and started with all the sustained baby prosecutor. I don't know. Anyways, Amazing job by Joe defending his client. The justice system is so disturbing. Why would you want to lock up an innocent person? All right. Get ready to pay Mr. Lawyer. Okay. Okay. Somebody saying he's going to walk. Another person saying stop being naive. We're not gonna. They're arguing. Let's leave them alone. Okay. So that prosecutor is the biggest baby that I've ever seen in a court. Okay. All right. You'd think he was, so we're not even going to read that. All right, let's see. From the call, Raleigh started it, not guilty. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's see. A prosecutor needs to be fired. Why? I don't know. Yeah, I've seen a prosecutor so emotional and borderline childish. No. Too many lies and contradictions. Who are they locking up? Like, are you just trying to lock everybody up? Okay, so I think taking the babies there was one last tactic on the defense part to try and sway the jury. That is without a doubt. To show them that he now has children. Back then he didn't. Prop gun is using the children as props. Ooh, I don't know. Apparently the defense is desperate. Arrived with 2 babies just after the prosecution started presenting their closing, and then sent the babies home only once the prosecution had finished presenting and in time for the distraction not to take away from the defense closing statement. And that's what I was wondering. I wondered if those kids were in the courtroom even during defense closing. If Tacopina hadn't messed that up so badly, it maybe would have worked. How did Tacopina mess it up? Now I need to watch. Okay, so all right. They're talking about Gypsy Rose. Let's leave it alone. Tacopina showing the jury that Rocky was carrying a 9mm Glock frame with a modified slide that included a clip so he could wear the gun inside his pants when he didn't have a carry permit was called for. I don't know. I don't know what these emojis mean. All right, so there's insanity. Something's going on. Okay, somebody says it was a prop, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, I'm very excited to see what's happening tomorrow. I'm not going to watch this on my own because, again, tomorrow it's mostly, I think there's probably still closing. It's mostly jury deliberations. As far as how long they're going to deliberate on, excuse me, let me think. Usually how long? To me, OJ is usually my stand. I don't know that OJ can really be a stand-up because here's the thing. If a jury has already made up its mind on conviction or acquittal, they reach a decision in no time, okay? Like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, they're done. But if they do take longer, that means there are points of contention, and they're just not agreeing. Let's see. Old Bag says, okay, the judge loses it on Lewin. Let's see. Oh, so Taco. Okay, so that is his nickname. Okay. Go to before the break for lunch. Didn't I just do that, Brooklyn? My behind needs to go to bed. Which chat are you referring to, Fever? You think for publishing, you think this is a publicity stunt? This would be a really weird a very risky publicity stunt. Yeah, that would be very risky. I do not know about this one. Okay. No, I doubt they even take 2 full days. I highly doubt that. All right, folks, I'm gonna call it a night. Apparently I'm not disciplined because my behind should have been ironing. Now I need to go iron and do a whole bunch of stuff. All right, folks. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Tomorrow, Friday. Let's see what time. Let's start around 9, but tomorrow I'm doing laundry, so you guys know I will be pausing a number of times. Is 9 too late, though? Is 9 too late? I think 9's perfect. So tomorrow, let's start 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'm not going to schedule that. Maybe schedule. No, I'm not going to schedule the live right now. So I'll just schedule it tomorrow when I get back from work. But you guys have a fantastic Friday, and we will reconvene tomorrow. Okay? Bye.